Kulu to Colonel Muhlami for the taking down of Mr. Zwane's statement, and thereafter Mr. Zwane or Mkulu was taken back to his place of residence, and they proceeded to Tembisa with accused number 1 to register a case. And indeed the case was registered as per Tembisa CAS 1/6/2020. His rights were explained to him, and a copy of the notice of rights was given to him, which has been handed up as Exhibit TT in brackets 2. Sergeant Mukhani then went to book him back at Vilera Police Station, and Sergeant Mukhani then made the relevant entry in the occurrence book Exhibit NN on the 1st of June 2020, and it's serial entry number 5, and it reads as follows. And this entry was made at 01:45, 1:45 in the morning, and it reads as follows. Investigation back, Sergeant Mukhani from National Court Case Investigating Unit with 1 male, Muzi Temba Sibia, without injuries. And there's a signature of the person who received accused number 1. Paragraph 7.10 on page 15. He's then booked out the very same day in order to appear at the Tembisa Magistrate Court. He appears there as per the charge sheet Exhibit 00. The case is then remanded to the 8th of June 2020, and the accused number 1 is then booked back at Valeria Police Station, and there's a corresponding entry there. On the 2nd of June 2020 at 11:05, it says he was received without any injuries. Then paragraph 7.12, we deal with what happened further, my lord. We're not going to dwell on that. Then the next paragraph, there's an entry on Friday, the 5th of June 2020. Occurrence book entry, serial number 326. The time is 08:01 and reads as follows. Investigation out, Sergeant Mukhani with 1 male for dealing in drugs, Muzi Temba Sibia. The notice of right number appears there, as well as the Tembisa CAS 217/3/2019 says no injuries, correctly received, and the Sergeant Mukhani's signature appended. This is when he was taken to Alberton, my lord, to make the pointing out. We have seen on Exhibit KK that he was indeed received at Alberton police cells, and there's also relevant entries in Exhibit KK. I'll get to Exhibit KK just now in a moment, my lord. My colleague will just try and locate Exhibit KK. But the effect of the entry, my lord, is that accused number 1 was received at Alberton police cells without any injuries. And after the pointings out, he was handed back to Sergeant Mukhani without any injuries. Then there's a further entry at entry number. We found the exhibit KK, my lord, indebted to my colleague. It reads as follows: entry 317 at 12 o'clock. Entry reads as follows: suspect handed in for pointing out by Sergeant Mukhani of National Cold Case Investigating Unit, Muzi Temba Sibia, free from visible injuries. Then at 12:24, entry 318 reads as follows: suspect taken by Colonel Hadebe for pointing out on Fossilers car 636/10/2014. Sergeant Hadebe has signed for the suspect, correctly received. Then there's a further entry on the same day, 5 June 2020 at 14:16, entry 325, which reads as follows: suspect back from pointing out, Muzi Temba Sibia, correctly received, free from injuries. Then at 14:28, there's a further entry 317 to the effect that suspect transferred to Valeria police station.
Yeah, but what is the significance? If I follow the evidence, there were photographs taken 1 to 7 and 31 to 36, something like that.
Yes, 26, yes.
Yeah,
26
what
to
is the
31.
significance of those photographs?
Well, as we indicated yesterday, my lord, that the significance of those photographs indicate that the accused was made to take off his clothes, the top part, clothes on the top part of his body, to indicate that before the pointings out commenced that he had no injuries. Those are photos 1 to 7, and photos 26 to 31 were taken after the pointings out to indicate that the accused had no injuries.
Okay.
Then there's an entry when accused was booked back at Villera police cells, entry 345 at 18:01, reads as follows: Muzi Temba Sibia, correctly received, and there's also the signature of the person who received him. Then paragraph 7.13, we deal with the events of the 6th of June. My lord, we're not going to dwell on that. Accused number 1 then appeared in court on the 8th of June 2020. The case was then postponed to the 19th of June 2020 as per paragraph 7.14. Then paragraph 7.15, we mentioned that the evidence of Sergeant Mohola is confirmed by the SWAT members, Constable Botelezi, who was present during the arrest of accused number 1 on the 30th of May 2020. And furthermore, by the evidence of Constable Mapumulo and Monaring regarding the taking down of the confession of accused number 1, who Constable Monaring and Mapumulo escorted accused number 1 to Diepkloof police station to make a statement to Lieutenant Colonel Mboto.
Yeah, but for my elucidation, escorted from where? Because I recall accused number 1 denies ever being at Errington on that particular day.
Yes, the evidence is that he was escorted from Eraten to Diepkloof police station.
Yeah, not, well, well he says
Yes.
from Vosloorus they took him to Moroka.
Yeah, initially Mr. Mgomezulu said Moroga, then he corrected himself
see.
to say Diepkloof.
Diepkloof, sorry. Okay,
Yes,
fine.
but the evidence is that after his arrest, he was taken to Araten, and then arrangements were made, and Constable Mapomolo and Monaren then came to fetch him from Araten and
Yeah,
took
fine.
him to
I
Diepkloof.
appreciate that, but was there an OB entry at Errington to say accused number 1 was dispatched to Diepkloof, and subsequently also that he was returned back to Errington? Or are you saying he was returned to Pretoria, Vidias?
Yeah, well, we must keep in mind, my lord, that Eraten is just merely
it's
offices
transit.
of detectives, so they would not have the occurrence book, but there is an entry from Diepkloof police station by Lieutenant Colonel Mboto on the 30th of May 2020, which serves as Exhibit NN. It was made at 23:58, and it says report Colonel Mboto at Diepkloof, room 1 at Client Service Center, and confession statement obtained from Muzikaukhulelwa Stemba Sibiya, from 1818 Vusimusi Squatter Camp in Tembisa. Time is from 21:45 till now. And the question arises, my lord, as to how would Lieutenant Colonel Mboto have known the address of accused number 1, that address which appears here, 1818 Vusimusi Squatter Camp. If the confession was not taken down as testified to by Lieutenant Colonel Mboto, then we, at paragraph 8, page 16, we deal with the events leading up to arrest of accused number 2. That will then conclude the evidence regarding the arrest of accused number 1 and the making down and the taking down of his confession and the pointing out. We now deal with accused number 2. Sergeant Mohani and the late Sergeant Mabena, according to testimony of Sergeant Mohani, were involved in the arrest of accused number 2 on the 16th of June 2020. Sergeant Mohani testified that he joined the National Cold Case Unit headed by Brigadier Gininda, and that his duties entailed the collection of doctors from all over South Africa. It says while they were conducting their investigation, the name of Bongani Ntanzi, case number 2, came up. We give the relevant references in the record, but we're not going to read them out. They discovered that he worked for a certain mine in Western area and staying in Phokeng, Rustenburg. They gathered some information regarding his whereabouts. And he says in their investigation they discovered that he's also involved in this case. went to look for the profile team, went to look for other cases wherein he was involved, and they found those cases. They found out that he's also a suspect in the case of murder in Nongoma, where a gun was found. Paragraph 8.2, on 16 June 2020, they arrived at Ntanzi's room in Phokeng and arrested him in the presence of his girlfriend. They told him that they were arresting him for the Nongoma case and explained his rights to him. They arrested him and took him to Pretoria North Police Station. They arrived there around 2200 hours. He then handed over his written rights to accused number 2 after explaining them to him, and he signed for those notice of rights. This is as per Exhibit LL in brackets 1, and they handed him that notice of rights. Then the next day, which was the 16th of June 2020, they went to interview accused number 2 as they could not do it the previous day as it was already late. And an entry is made in the occurrence book, which is Exhibit MM, serial number 494 at 1655, and reads as follows. Investigation out, Detective Sergeant Mohani of National Cold Case Unit with one suspect Nongoma, case 163/10/2020 with one suspect without injuries. Correctly received, and Sergeant Mohani countersigned for that entry. Testified that they informed Brigadier Gininda that they would be going to see accused number 2, Mr. Ntanzi, and on arrival in the boardroom, they interviewed him about the Nongoma case. They asked him where he was on the 26th of October 2014 when the deceased Mr. Senzo Meyiwa was killed. He claimed to have been at work at Sibanye Stillwater Mine in Western Area. They told him that he's a suspect in the murder of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa. They asked him if he could take them to the said mine to go and verify if indeed he was on duty on that specific day at the mine, and he then agreed to take them there. And since it was late in the day, they told him that they were going to fetch him the following day to go to Sibanye Stillwater with him. They took him back to the cells. An entry was made in the occurrence book with serial number 498 at 1955, and it reads as follows. Investigation back, Detective Sergeant Mohani of National Cold Case Unit, book back with no injuries, and the entry is countersigned by Sergeant Mohani. Paragraph 8.4, my lord, regarding the interpretation,
Yeah, no,
I
we'll
think
do
the
it.
state can proceed, and when we're
Yeah,
done.
that's it, yeah, after.
Paragraph 8.4, he then called Brigadier Gininda and informed him that the suspect accused number 2 had agreed to take them the next day on the 18th of June 2020 to where he claimed he was on duty. Then on the 18th of June 2020, he arrived at the cells, and an entry was made in this regard. It's occurrence book Exhibit MM at 0815, serial number 520, reads as follows. Investigation out, Detective Sergeant Mohani booked out one male suspect of Nongoma case 163-10/2018 Bongani Ntanzi, and the notice of rights number, the SAP 14 number, without any injuries, and Sergeant Mohani countersigned for that. He then informed Brigadier Gininda that they were going with accused number 2 to where he works at the mine. Then Brigadier Gininda informed him that he was going to join them, and Sergeant together with Sergeant Mohola, he testified that he again warned accused number 2 of his rights before they departed. They then placed accused number 2 inside the car, and they went with him, and he was the one directing them to Western area. He took them to that specific mine where he worked at Sibanye Stillwater. On arrival, they waited outside the gate for Brigadier Gininda to arrive. He arrived together with Sergeant Mohola. He introduced Brigadier Gininda to Mr. Ntanzi, and Brigadier Gininda also introduced himself to Mr. Ntanzi. Brigadier Gininda once again also explained his rights to him. Brigadier Gininda asked him where he was on the day that Mr. Senzo Meyiwa was killed. He also informed him that he was a suspect in the case of the murder of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa. Mr. Ntanzi said that he does not know anything because he was at work on that day. They went together with Mr. Ntanzi into the mine to the human resource section. They checked in their records if Mr. Ntanzi was on duty on this specific day, that is now the 26th of October 2014, and they discovered that he was not on duty on that day, and a statement to that effect was given by the human resource manager. Then paragraph 8.7, Brigadier Gininda then showed Mr. Ntanzi an identikit with a hood on, which serves as Exhibit BB before this court, and warned him again of his rights. Then accused number 2 then made certain admissions to him. Mr. Gininda, Brigadier Gininda then informed accused number 2 that he will arrange for someone to take down his statement. Mr. Ntanzi was then taken back to the police station, and my lord, the visit to Sibanye Stillwater is also confirmed by the AVL regarding their movements whilst they were there at the mine. They then took Mr. Ntanzi back to the police station. In cross-examination, he added that the car broke down at an engine garage in Mali Street, Alberton, around midnight. We'll come back to this aspect when we deal with the AVLs.
Sorry, before you go there, something just struck me. The HR manager at Sibanye, was it not Mr. Dutoit who came to give evidence here?
Yeah, it's Mr. Meller, I think.
Is it Meller?
Yeah, Mr. Meller.
Is that the gentleman who said he would come with an affidavit?
Yes.
He hasn't done so, ne?
He did, my lord, and it was handed up
Was it?
together with the records.
Okay. Because I remember he came in here and then he said he had forgotten certain documents. And then he was given an indulgence to go and fetch those documents. Alternatively, he must make an affidavit with the consent of the defense if they so agree in terms of section 220.
Yes. He did so. Exhibit DD, my lord.
Is that so?
Yes.
Okay.
Annex 2 is the additional statement of Mr. Miller.
Okay.
And there's Exhibit DD, Annex 1 is the Capitec Bank statement of accused number 2.
Okay.
Then accused, well, we're still mentioning that Sergeant Mohani testified that they had this breakdown at the engine garage. Something that he mentioned in cross-examination, and that they went to Eraton, and accused number 2 was booked in the cells, and a relevant entry was made in Exhibit MM, serial number 531 at 02:30, 2:30 in the morning, and it reads as follows: investigation back, Detective Sergeant of National Cold Case Unit book back one suspect of murder, Nongoma, case 1636-2018, and the notice of rights number, book back without any complaints or injuries, correctly handed in, and Sergeant Mohani countersigned that entry. Then there's also another entry, 532 at 02:35, 25 minutes to 3, stating that Sergeant Mohani charged one male suspect of murder on Nongoma, case 163/6/2018, charged correctly without any complaints or visible injuries, and Sergeant Mohani countersigned that entry. He testified that he had to take accused number 2 to First Flores Court on the 19th of June 2020, and he booked him out and made an entry in Exhibit MM, serial number 534 at 04:50, 10 minutes before 5 in the morning on the 19th of June 2020. And it reads as follows: prisoner transferred, Detective Sergeant Mohani of National Cold Case Unit with one male suspect of murder, was fetched to First Flores Court without any injuries or complaint, that they then left for First Flores Court. He testified that en route to First Flores Court between 5 and 5:30 in the morning, he got a call from Brigadier Gininda. Brigadier Gininda informed them that he had found someone that was going to be able to take the confession of Ntanzi, as we had just pointed out that when they were at Stillwater mine, Brigadier Gininda undertook to find someone to take down his confession after he made certain admissions to him. Now, on the 19th, he then telephoned Sergeant Mohani to say, I did find that person who will be able to take down the confession of Mr. Ntanzi, and that they should proceed to Moroka Police Station before proceeding to First Flores Court. He told them that they were going to find Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu there. He was going to take Mr. Ntanzi's statement. He testified that he then made necessary arrangements for the escort with the SWAT members. Then upon reaching Soweto, they went, SWAT members were clearing traffic for them until they reached Moroka Police Station. He then called Lieutenant Colonel Gininda again to ask him to inform Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu that they had arrived. Then Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu informed them where exactly he was sitting within the police station. He then asked Constable Jonathan of the Metro Police Ekurhuleni to take Mr. Ntanzi to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. And after that, he came back and sat with them in the car. Constable Jonathan then went inside the police station and came back with Mr. Ntanzi. This was, after the elapse of considerable time. When Mr. Ntanzi came back, he asked him if he was still fine, if he does not have any problem, and Mr. Ntanzi confirmed that he had no complaints. They got into the car and then went to Foslores Court. And his evidence, my lord, is supported by the AVL, which shows that they arrived at Moroka Police Station at 6:46 on the 19th of June. It shows that the ignition is off near Makalima Street, Moroka, and the vehicle remains there until 11:59, when it starts and it drives off at 12 o'clock, a minute later. It's interesting, my lord, what the explanation of the defense is regarding the time that the vehicle spent at Moroka Police Station on the 19th of June at that particular time. And in paragraph 15.4 of the heads, they state the following: Accused 2 denies that he met Rapadu on the morning of the 19th of June 2020 as alleged by the police officers who testified in court. He testified that upon arrival at the location where he was taken that morning, Mukhani entered the building at that place and remained there for a long time. So in other words, my lord, they are suggesting that since the arrival there at 1646, Sergeant Mukhani went into the building and emerged at about just before 12 o'clock. It's just in excess of 5 hours. If we look at Exhibit HH, the confession statement of accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, it supports the version of Sergeant Mukhani as well as the AVL. The preamble Exhibit H of Exhibit HH indicates that they arrived, or that the taking down of the confession started at 7:30 in the morning. So that will tie up, my lord, with the time of arrival, which was 40 minutes to 7. Some 40 minutes later, the taking down of the statement commenced, and we see on Exhibit HH that Colonel Rapadu finished taking down the statement at 11:47. That is now 13 minutes to 12. Then at 12 o'clock, the vehicle then left. We submit, my lord, that this ties up the time that is indicated on the confession corresponds with the time reflected in the AVL. Coming back to our heads, my lord, we are at page, the bottom of page 18. They then set off to go to Foslores Court. They arrived at the Foslores Court on page 19, my lord, paragraph 8.11. They arrive at the, after arrival at the Foslores Court, there's a relevant entry confirming the arrival there. Exhibit UU and Exhibit UU12, the cell phone occurrence book and the cell phone register respectively, which indicate that the case Foslores CAS 534/6/2020 was not enrolled. It testified that the decision was taken not to release accused number 2, as they had to go look for the hoodie in his room in Phokeng. They proceeded to Moroka Police Station, as they had, as Sergeant Mabena had forgotten his keys there. And this is also confirmed by the AVL report. They then departed about 2 hours later from Moroka Police Station to Phokeng.
Yeah, before you get there, is it not so that the version of accused number 2, is it? He was assaulted at that ATM site. What is supposed to be the time when he was assaulted?
Yes. Well, they just say in the afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yes, they say in the afternoon. He was assaulted there at the disused ATMs near the sign that showed Orlando. So
Afternoon.
yes, in the afternoon. So in other words, they are saying that the assault took place when they were returning from the Foslores Court and going back to Moroka Police Station for the second time.
I see.
Yes. And this version, my lord, is not supported by the AVL. There's no indication, my lord, that there was any deviation, and Mr. Dupree did indicate that there was no such deviation to a place near Orlando where they were disused ATM machines. Then paragraph 8.12, they arrive in Phokeng, go to the police station, arrange for escort. They go to accused number 2's room. They search for the hoodie that appears on the identity kit as per Exhibit BB. It testified that there were some hoodies of similar colors, but they did not find the one that has the color that appeared in the identity kit. Testified that they found 13 rifle bullets in the black plastic bag, in the wardrobe that is being used by accused number 2. And Mr. Ntanzi was then charged for possession of ammunition and process at Phokeng Police Station as per Exhibit PP, the occurrence book, and Exhibit PP1, the cell register. The occurrence book, Exhibit PP, indicates that the accused had no injuries. The notice of rights as per Exhibit LL was read out and explained to the accused by Sergeant Mohani. That accused number 2 was then transferred to Primrose Police Station as per Exhibit QQ, and Exhibit QQ, the occurrence book of Primrose Police Station, indicate that accused number 2 was booked in the cells without any injuries. He was then booked out on the 22nd of June 2020 at 17:15 to attend court in Tlhabani as per Exhibit RR. He was also seen by Dr. Tlokwe, a dentist, on the same day, and his report has been handed up as Exhibit VV in brackets 1. And Dr. Tlokwe also testified in court. He testified that he saw no injuries on accused number 2, and accused number 2 did also not mention any injuries to him. Then accused number 2 made 2 court appearances on the 22nd and 29th of June in Tlhabani Magistrate Court, and from the 13th of July 20 onwards, Mr. Mjiako came on record on behalf of accused number 2. Then page 20 on paragraph 8.13. From the court appearance in Tlhabani on the 26th of June 2020, accused number 2 was taken to Pretoria Moot Police Station, and he was detained there as per Exhibit SS, and an entry in this regard was made, serial number 16661 at 1500 hours, reads as follows. Prisoner received Sergeant Mohani from National Cold Case Unit of Pretoria, handed in 1 mail, Bongani Sendiso Ntanzi, Pukenkas 118/6/2020, possession of unlicensed ammunition without any visible injuries. Then there's a further entry in Exhibit SS on Wednesday, 24 June 2020, serial number 1826 at 13:20, reads as follows. Investigation out, Sergeant Mohani out with 1 male, National Cold Case Investigation, Bongani Ntanzi, and the notice of rights number appears there, and it reads without injuries and no complaints. Then Sergeant Mohani countersigned for that entry. Sergeant Mohani was taking accused number 2 to go and make a confession as arranged with Brigadier Gininda, who said that they should take him to Boksburg Magistrate Court. He was accompanied by the late Sergeant Mabena. They were escorted by the Ekurhuleni Metro Police. Brigadier Gininda had informed him that when they arrived at Boksburg Magistrate Court, they should take Mr. Bongani Ntanzi to the office of the senior prosecutor, which they did. They were then shown the office of Mrs. Cronje. Upon arrival, Sergeant Mohani introduced himself to the magistrate and indicated that he had brought accused number 2 to her for a confession. He then asked for his appointment card, appointment certificate, and that of Constable Lissering from Ekurhuleni Metro. That inside the offices of the magistrate there was, as he called him, Advocate Mjiako, who was a legal representative of Mr. Ntanzi. They went out of the office and the magistrate closed the door, and then Mr. Ntanzi was left inside the office together with the magistrate. and a certain woman who was the interpreter and also Advocate Mjiyako. They waited outside until the magistrate was finished with Mr. Ntanzi. Paragraph 8.15, when the magistrate was finished, she opened the door, she said she was finished and that they can take the accused. They then took accused number 2 and went into the car and took him back to Pretoria Moot Police Station. And a relevant entry was made on Wednesday, 24 June 2020, serial number 1857, and the time is 1910. Reads as follows: investigation back. Sergeant Mukhani back with 1 male, Bongani Ntanzi, without any visible injuries, back correctly and countersigned by Sergeant Mukhani. And we submit that Constable Jonathan and Lizering's evidence confirm the evidence of Sergeant Mukhani. Then on page 21, paragraph 9, we deal briefly with the evidence of the commissioned officers as well as the evidence of Magistrate Cronje, who took down the confession statement of accused number 1 and 2, as well as the evidence of Ms. Mutlaping, the interpreter. We deal first with Exhibit FF, which was taken down, the confession of accused number 1, which was taken down by Lieutenant Colonel Mboto. He testified that on 30 May 2020 at about 1900 hours, he received a call from Brigadier Gininda requesting him to assist in taking down of a confession. He made arrangements to take down the confession at Diepkloof Police Station. Constable Monareng of Ekurhuleni Metro Police brought the suspect in room 1, which was allocated to him for the purpose of taking down the confession. He took the form and then completed the form step by step and took down the, referring to the preamble, and took down the confession statement of accused number 1 as per Exhibit FF on the 30th of May 2020 at Diepkloof Police Station. He made an entry, my lord, that we've already placed on record. Then paragraph 9.2, he testified that after the completion of the statement, he handed him back to the policeman who brought him to him. He then arranged with Brigadier Gininda to come to his office and to collect the statement. Seeing that it was the weekend, Brigadier Gininda came on Monday to collect the statement from his office on the first day of the week. And here we made reference to the fact that it was put to him that the proforma was never read back to accused number 1, and Colonel Mboto testified that it was read back to him. That is why accused number 1 managed to make some corrections in some points, as we indicated yesterday, my lord, at paragraph 14.3.
Yeah, but pertinently, was it put to Mboto that no corrections were made
Yes.
by
That is
accused
very
number 1?
yes.
Logic dictates that they
Yes.
were consequently made by Mboto.
Yes. I tried to scour the record, my lord, to check if this aspect was disputed, but I couldn't find a portion. My learned friends, perhaps, if
They'll deal with it.
if they could find the portion, but I couldn't find the portion where this fact is disputed that accused number 2, accused number 1 did point out to Lieutenant Colonel Boto that there was a mistake at paragraph 14.3, and that mistake was then rectified when the statement was read back to him.
Sorry, that mistake is rectified on the pro forma form.
No,
Not
no,
on the statement.
no.
It's on the statement itself.
The pro forma is completed, then they go over to the statement.
Statement, fine, okay.
Yes. Now, when the statement was read back to
Back-
him,
yeah.
he then said, no, there's a mistake at a certain paragraph. I think it was paragraph
Okay,
3
fine,
of the
fine.
paragraph 3 of the statement. Now, in the pro forma, there's a section that asks, was the statement read back to him? Now, in that portion on the preamble, he then indicated that at paragraph 3 of the statement, a correction was made at the request of accused number 1.
Okay.
The relevant portion reads as follows. It's actually paragraph 14.1 of the preamble. Note down whether he also read through the statement. Then he made the following note: the suspect never read the statement himself, but only rectified the officer about paragraph 3. And that portion has been redacted, my lord, and we can therefore not place on record what is the
Okay.
correction that he made. Then the Exhibit GG, that's the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel N.J. Hadebe. He testified that Brigadier Gininda requested him on the 4th of June 2020 at 13:31 to conduct the pointings out. He conducted the pointings out by accused number 1 on the 5th of June 2020. Exhibit GG is the pointing out of the scene that was completed by himself at Alberton Police Station at office number 31. He confirmed that photos were taken during the pointings out. Photos 2 to 7, 26 to 13 are part of the photos that were taken during the proceedings there in room number 31. He testified that photo 4 shows that accused with his clothes, the top clothes removed, and his bare-chested, which also was to confirm that there were no injuries. Also to confirm that he did not have any injuries on his body. Testify that photo 5 shows the accused looking to the left hand side, still not wearing anything on top. He says the purpose was to check any injuries on his body. Photo 6 shows the accused facing the opposite side, the opposite direction without anything on top, showing that he had no injuries. Then photo 7 shows the accused facing the left hand. And without his top. And the intention was also to check for injuries. He testified that after the completion of the pointings out, the following photos were taken. This is photos 26 to 31, and photo 28 shows the accused without any top on, his bare chested. He says the purpose is also to check on any other injuries that he might have sustained. Then he said photo 29 shows accused 1 facing the left hand side, bare-breasted without any injuries. And photo 30 shows him facing the opposite side, bare-breasted without any injuries. And photo 31 shows him facing the right-hand side and without any injuries. Now that we've already referred to Exhibit KK, where after the arrival of the accused at the Alberton police station, an entry was made that he had no injuries, and also after the completion of the pointings out at 14:16, there's an entry that says suspect back from pointings out, Muzi Temba, correctly received, free from injuries. Then we deal with the evidence of Magistrate V. Grenier, Exhibit JJ, at paragraph 9.5. She testified that the senior magistrate, who is also the office head of the magistrate court in Boksburg, Mrs. Dupree, telephoned her on the 24th of June 2020 at 11 o'clock in the morning, where she was performing duty at Vosloorus Magistrate Court, which is a branch court of Boksburg Magistrate Court, requesting her to conduct the taking down of a confession at the Boksburg Magistrate Court. She testified that she then proceeded to Boksburg Magistrate Court, and she proceeded to room 2, which was allocated to her for the taking down of the confession. She testified that she saw a number of armed Ekurhuleni Metro Police officers who had congregated in the particular corridor. She requested Constable Lissering to compile a list of all those Ekurhuleni Metro Police officers who were there, paragraph 9.6. She set up her computer and also prepared her documents, whereafter she then went out to the senior magistrate. She was then provided with a pro forma form which was not completed, which now serves as Exhibit JJ. She moved into the office. She testified that there was a police officer who was wearing private clothing, who was later known as Sergeant Mokhane in the corridor. She says the interpreter also moved into the office, and there was a gentleman in handcuffs who also moved into the room, as well as the person that accompanied the gentleman in handcuffs who was wearing a suit, who also went into the room. Sergeant Mokhane then informed her that he was from the National Cold Case Investigating Unit in Pretoria, and that he was the person who brought the deponent to the office. She requested Sergeant Mokhane to produce his appointment certificate, which he did, and she also made a request for him to make a copy or copies of that appointment certificate for it to be attached to the confession. She testified that after Sergeant Mokhane had provided her with all the details, that is the police station, the case number, his particulars, where he was coming from, she requested him to leave the office, and the door was then closed. People that were in the office at that time was herself, the interpreter, the person in handcuffs, as well as the person that was wearing the suit. She then spoke to the deponent in a more informal way, just to let him be at ease. If maybe there was an issue, any problems with him, she spoke to him in English and it was interpreted. And in that conversation, he informed her, there is now this person in handcuffs, informed her that Mr. Mjiako, the person in the suit, was his legal representative. He further, there is now accused number 2, he further informed her that he would like to proceed in the presence of Mr. Mjiako. Mr. Mjiako then produced to her his appointment certificate as well as his Fidelity Fund certificate with a number which she noted on this document, and this number is 04415 of 2020. She testified that after going through all the standard questions as per Exhibit JJ, which are from question number 1 up to question number 13, as well as taking down the confession, where accused number 2 said everything that he wanted to say. Every page was then interpreted back to him, and after herself and the person with whom she had the interview with, known as Mr. Bongani Ntanzi, had indicated that he was satisfied, then she requested him to sign each and every page in her presence, in the presence of the interpreter, as well as in the presence of his legal representative, Mr. Mjiako. It was also initialed by the interpreter and the deponent, being accused number 2, and she stamped this document. The stamp used is a stamp that was allocated to her in person and signed out to her as a magistrate. Paragraph 9.9 is just a repetition of the previous paragraph. Paragraph 9.1. After the parties had left the office, that includes the interpreter, the deponent, his attorney, she then handed the document to Mrs. Duplessis, the head of office. Ms. Duplessis then made copies of the documents and handed her a copy later that week. The evidence of Ms. Cronje is confirmed or corroborated by the interpreter, Mrs. Mutlaping. She confirmed the presence of the legal representative. She testified that the gentleman referring to Mr. Mjiako said that he was a legal representative of the suspect at the time, and that this was confirmed by the suspect himself after he was asked by the presiding officer. She confirmed her signature as appears on page 8 of Exhibit JJ, and she testified as follows, and we quote, "My Lord, my overall impression was that, of course, looking at the demeanor of the suspect at the time, he appeared to me like somebody who really wanted to speak, whatever it was that he wanted to say." And this we see on page 33, lines 2 to 5 of that record of the 23rd of October 2023. Regarding the signing of the statement by the accused, she testified as follows, that, and we quote, "He signed it in my presence because I'm the one that gave him the pen." And this appears on page 34, lines 3 to 4. Then next we deal with the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, which is...
Yeah, sorry. Before you come to that, what do you make of the evidence of accused 2, that Mjiako was not his attorney. Actually, there was some vacillation from Mr. Mgomezulu and Mr. Rapesele. There was no acknowledgement initially that Mjiako
Yes.
was present.
Indeed, my lord.
That's the impression I got.
It was actually denied that
Yeah.
he was present initially.
That's it, initially. Fine. Subsequently, okay, because it appears everybody saw this gentleman in a suit. Jonathan,
Mukhani and the interpreter.
that's it. Even Mr. Lissering, apparently. Anyway, what do you make of an attorney like me, who is defending accused number 2, and he tells me that Giaco was not acting on his behalf? What would you do if you get the instructions?
Well, to start with, one would have expected accused number 2 to actively dissociate himself from Mr. Mjiako, to tell the magistrate that this is not my legal representative. I've got nothing to do with him. May he please be excused from the room. But in fact, he's pertinently asked by Ms. Cronje if he was his legal representative. He confirms to Ms. Cronje that it's indeed his legal representative.
You see?
And Sergeant Mukhani also testified that earlier, even before they went into the office, he asked he asked accused number 2 who the gentleman was, and he confirmed that he was his legal representative. So, my lord, everything points to the fact that the accused did mention that Mr. Mjiako was his legal representative, and this is confirmed by subsequent events. On the 27th of October 2020, when the accused appeared in the Boksburg Magistrate Court for the first time, Mr. Mjiako is there. So it's not as if, my lord, he only appeared on the 24th of June 2020 when he appeared in court. Several months later, on the 27th of October 2020, at the Boksburg Magistrate Court, Mr. Mjiako is there. And he also confirms on record. The magistrate asked him if he's appearing for accused number 2. He confirms that indeed he appears for accused number 2, and accused number 2 confirms that he doesn't dissociate himself from Mr. Mjiako.
Okay.
And we must also remember on the 23rd of June 2020 at Pretoria Moat Police Station, Brigadier Gininda testified that he was called to the police station to say that there's this gentleman who wants to see accused number 2. He then went there, and accused number 2 once again confirmed that in fact, according to Brigadier Gininda, he's the one who introduced who had introduced Mr. Mjiako as his legal representative. And Mr. Mjiako then handed a document to Brigadier Gininda, which serves as Exhibit YY. It's a letter from the Legal Practice Council dated 5 May 2020, confirming the enrollment of Mr. Dominic Ntokozo Mjiako as a legal practitioner. Now, the question is, where would Brigadier Gininda have received Exhibit YY if it wasn't from Mr. Mjiako on the 23rd of June 2020 at Pretoria Moat Police Station? And, my lord, once again, it is inconceivable that a magistrate will come and tell this court that there was this gentleman in a suit in the office. The gentleman introduced himself as Mjiako, representing accused number 2, if that was not the case. She even noted the Fidelity Fund certificate
Okay.
on the on Exhibit JJ.
You know, me, maybe it's an abrupt response. Will you say it's the conduct of a diligent attorney who fiercely defends his client's rights, where this issue of Mjiako masquerading, according to accused number 2's version, as the legal representative of accused number 2, why would a diligent attorney who's competent not report that Mr. Mjiako to the LPC,
Well,
and actually further reporting to the South African police because he's committing a fraud?
yes, indeed, my lord. One would have expected that to happen. But as we pointed out, even subsequent events at the Boksburg Magistrate Court where he was present confirmed indeed that he was his legal representative.
Okay.
Then briefly, my lord, on page 24, we deal with the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. We just forgot to insert his name there, just above paragraph 9.12.
Rapadu.
Rapadu, yes. He testified that on 18th of June 2020, at about 2000 hours, he received a call from Brigadier Gininda. He requested him to assist in obtaining a confession, and he agreed. And on the following day, the 19th of June 2020, at 10 to 7 in the morning, the same brigadier contacted him just for confirmation. He then proceeded to Moroka Police Station. He was given a room next to a crime office at the Moroka Police Station. The accused or the suspect was then brought to him by Constable Jonathan of Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department, and left him in the office and closed the door. He then continued with the interview of the accused and recording his responses as in Exhibit HH. He testified that the form was part of his state-issued stationery. After completion of the statement, it was signed by himself and the accused. He then took the statement with him, and it was collected from his office by the investigating officer, Brigadier Gininda 2 days later. Then we deal briefly with the automated vehicle location evidence. This was presented via Mr. Michael Dupree, who testified that is attached to C-Track Fleet Management as its chief executive officer. C-Track Fleet Management provides solutions to the South African Police Force in terms of the automatic vehicle locator system that they install in the SAPS vehicles. Testify that they've been awarded a tender to install tracking devices in SAPS vehicles fleet. This entails their staff installing the hardware in the SAPS vehicles. This hardware is equipped with a GPS. There's also a GSM modem with a SIM card in it. And this device is then connected to the wiring of the SAP vehicle. It says GPS represents global positioning system. That is just a normal location service. It allows them to know where the vehicle is. And he explained that the acronym GSM denotes cellular network. So it is just a means of communication from the device to another environment. It is a cellular communication. It testified that the system will then allow the system that is installed is connected to the vehicle, and that allows them to know where the vehicle is, whether the vehicle is switched on, switched off, is traveling, whether it's standing still, and at which speed it's traveling, and where it is at a given time. Testify that the data collected on the vehicle is then relayed or transmitted over to the GSM network to a centralized environment located at Numeris, and he mentioned that Numeris is just the name of a building, and that is the premises of the State Information Technology, or SITA. It testified that the AVL data is housed in this environment, and from this environment it can be accessed by registered users, and that such registered users will only have access to vehicles that are allowed, that they are allowed to see or is allocated to their center. Hence, they were able to, he testified that data is collated over a period of time and is then stored in a database, and from within this database, authorized users can then gain access to the historical data of a vehicle for a defined period. Hence, the users were able to, hence users are able to compile data like Exhibit MM before this court, giving a detailed data of a vehicle over a period of time, though it may be a number of years later. He testified that paragraph 9.15, he received a request in this matter for AVL records regarding a Toyota Fortuner. The registration number of this vehicle is Foxtrot Victor 47 Lima Romeo Golf Papa. In other words, FV 47 LRGP, and the Bobby number would be, in other words, the police number would be Bravo Tango Lima 719 Bravo. So it's BTL 719B. He said upon receiving the request, he extracted data from the SAPS database and produced a paper copy as per Exhibit MM in brackets 2. It's the A3 version, the bigger pages, and there's also the A4 version, which is Exhibit MM2A, which are exactly the same. Testify that the information supplied will be the vehicle itself, the registration, its registration number, and that it will also reflect the Bobby number, the B registration plate, linked to that specific registration number. So that it will also then display the date, the time, the vehicle status will also be reflected, and the vehicle status will be will indicate whether the vehicle is driving, whether the vehicle is switched off, and what is the vehicle doing at that particular date and time. It will also display the speed and the odometer of the vehicle. The odometer being the data that refers to the distance traveled between two positions, and then the location of the vehicle is reflected as a point of reference on the map, and also the longitude and the latitude. Then paragraph 9.16, the witness then testified that on the 19th of June 2020 at 04:50, the vehicle is near Ben Viljoen Street in Pretoria North. The vehicle then left the police station and given the route or the given the route of the vehicle, there is no evidence that this vehicle did anything out of the ordinary except travel on the roads towards its destination, where it arrived at 06:20, which was at Moroka Police Station. There's that empty space on page 26. On page 27, the court asked the following question on the 24th of November 2023 at page 5 regarding the fact that the vehicle went into GPS unlock mode. In other words, it was unable to pick up a signal, and the court asks as follows. So this vehicle, if it is going to Moroka, going from it says Araten, it moves around that area, Chris Hani. So I just said I should mention it because, nobody mentioned it. Then Mr. Dupree responded, "My Lord, thank you very much." Then the court asked, just check if that bridge is there, because you spoke about a roof which could possibly interfere with the reception of the GPS. You remember? Then Mr. Dupree said, "My Lord, absolutely," and he did show that bridge on the on the screen.
Yeah, just one aspect. I'm sure it will show in the evidence. A judge has the right or is entitled to take judicial notice of any phenomena or fact which is notorious and known in that area. And I indicated that that bridge, Baragwanath Bridge, it's a geographical phenomena which is constant and constantly there since it was built in the 60s or 70s. And this, I said, it's because Mr. Dupree said the satellite transmission of the vehicle is affected by the lack of contact with the mechanism in the vehicle as it records because of the surface it encounters. There is the bridge which was displayed in court.
Yes.
It's a huge bridge, cement, and that satellite can't pierce through cement, common cause.
Yes.
Okay.
Indeed, my Lord. I see that there's an indication that there's a request for adjournment, but
Adjournment, okay.
we are ready to proceed.
What time is it?
It's 11:49.
Okay, let's come make it 12:15.
We are on page 27, paragraph 9.16. In cross-examination by counsel for accused number 5 regarding the movement of the vehicle on the 19th of June 2020 from Roka Police Station, Mr. Duprier testified that the vehicle arrived there at 14 minutes to 7. It had a couple of ignition on and offs at the police station, but the first record of the vehicle leaving that police station was at 12 afternoon on the 19th of June, almost 6 hours or just under 6 hours. From 12 o'clock, the vehicle then proceeded back on Chris Hani Road onto the N12, proceeding along the N12, making its way onto the N3 in a southerly direction towards Katlehong, Foslores area, where the vehicle took the Barry Marais off-ramp and he stopped near Beerman Road. He stopped there at 12:26. It is in the area of Foslores Court, the police station, as well as Ekurhuleni offices. This time being the Foslores Court, the vehicle arrived there at 12:26 and it started up there at 14:04. So that would make it just about half an hour, 8 minutes. All in all, he said it's 38 minutes. Then it went back on the N3. It left the N3 on the R103, where it stopped in the vicinity of the Mall of New Market. He testified that he recalls it being a fast food chain group there. Or he testified that there is a fast food chain outlet there. Then the vehicle was there from 2:20 until about 25 minutes past 3, almost an hour. The vehicle then went on to Ring Road, through Alberton onto the N12, onto Chris Hani Road, where it went into the GPS unlock mode in the area of Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. The first GPS unlock is recorded at 15:48 until 15:58. The vehicle arrived at 16 minutes past 4 on the 19th of June at the Moroka Police Station. The vehicle started up 28 past 6. That would be 2 hours and about 14 minutes. This is now when the vehicle returned to Moroka Police Station for the second time. Then paragraph 9.17, on the 18th of June, the allocation reference is near Marley Street, Favorite Park in Alberton. An engine garage in the vicinity. That vehicle was stationary at that particular point for the remainder of the 18th up to 23:27. Then that sentence should continue, my lords, from the third sentence at the bottom of the page, starting with the words, when the ignition.
Yeah.
When the ignition was switched on, when the ignition was switched off.
Off.
Yes, off.
Yes.
Only the next morning of the 19th, early morning at around 23 minutes past 12, did the vehicle leave that point. The vehicle was the first time recorded speed at 23 minutes past 12 that night. It left that location of Marley Street in Favorite Park, Alberton. The vehicle was there from just about 7 minutes to 7 on the 18th up to 23 minutes past 12 the next morning. So that would make it 5 hours and a number of minutes that the vehicle was in that area. Then just to go back to page 27, that paragraph that we speak. He testified that on the 24th of June, this vehicle was at Benoni Garage near Great North in Northmead, Benoni for the entire date, from the 22nd up to the 25th. This vehicle was stationary for the entire day, every time at this location, being near Great North, Northmead, Benoni. Testified that this is an SAPS garage where various work is being done on the vehicles for repairs and receiving new vehicles, and also working on vehicles that have been in service. Then we go back to the next page, page 28, the second paragraph from the top. We mentioned that the AVL confirms that the vehicle went to Phokeng on the evening of the 19th of June and left Primrose in the early hours of the 20th of June 2020 and arrived at it left for Primrose from Phokeng in the early hours on the 20th of June 2020 and arrived in Primrose at 4:30 in the morning. Then we deal briefly with the evidence of Brigadier Gninda. His evidence confirms the evidence of Sergeant Mogola and Sergeant Mogani regarding the events that led to him interviewing accused number 1 and 2 and warning them in terms of their rights and the subsequent admissions that they made to him. His evidence further confirms the evidence of Lieutenant Colonel Mboto, Lieutenant Colonel Khadebe, as well as Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, that he contacted them to arrange for the taking down of the confession statements and the pointing out of accused number 1. He further testified that on the 23rd of June 2020, he was contacted by Pretoria Mood Police Station and told that there is a person who wants to consult with accused number 2. He went there to the police station and accused number 2 introduced him to Mr. Mjiako as his legal representative. Mr. Mjiako confirmed that he is the legal representative of accused number 2 and gave him an enrollment letter from the Legal Practice Council, which serves as Exhibit YY, which confirms that Mr. Mjiako is enrolled as the legal practitioner. And then lastly, as far as the evidence for the state is concerned, we deal with the evidence of Dr. Tabang Hlokwe, paragraph 9.19. He testified that he's a dentist in private practice. He did his community service from 2020 until 21 January in Tlhabani, a community health center district. From 2021 and onwards until present, he's been in private practice. He identified Exhibit VV1 as a standard form that they use in the Northwest District for examining any patient that they see in the dental department. And he testified that as dentists, they go through it with the patient. He testified that there is a questionnaire part and then there is a clinical part of their own examination of the patient. He testified that for that whole year, Mr. Bongani Ntanzi was the only prisoner that he saw. He testified that, and we quote, he remembers continue further asking the policeman, is there anything specific that he's supposed to look out for so that he can rule it off or indicated in the situation? And he testified that he remembers the policeman spoke about him having to check if the patient had any sort of gold tooth inside the mouth. And he said that's basically where he started. But he treated the examination as standard. He said they go on to the heart. They check if there's any history of a heart disease. Then he testified, then we want to find out whether the patient has any heart, which means, or any chronic disease that is related to the cardiovascular, which is written here, and it says heart disease. So in this case, the patient said yes, there's a history of a heart disease, and he says he went on to ask further, what does the patient mean when he says he's got a history of heart disease? He says the patient mentioned that back in 2014, he had a mining accident whereby he then told Dr. Hlokwe that he had a minor heart disease that he stated to him. He said the patient couldn't elaborate further. He said he's not taking any medication for that. He said he just noted it down because it's something that they need to take into consideration if they are going to treat the patient. And my Lord, we mentioned, as we did yesterday here, that this fact of the history of a heart condition is also the same history that was mentioned to Mrs. Cronje when Ms. Cronje inquired from accused number 2 if he had any medical condition that he wanted to report. The accused responded, I do not want to report any medical condition or injuries except I had a heart problem. So both, as you mentioned yesterday, my Lord, both Dr. Hlokwe and Ms. Cronje mentioned the fact that the accused did report to them that he had a heart problem. Then at paragraph 9.21, the doctor testified that the accused did sign the form. He testified that the procedure is as follows regarding the procedure that they follow on dental examination. He testified that, and I quote, meaning it's where we start checking the patient, generally speaking, and getting into certain details. So in what we do, we are supposed to check in the extra oral examination. We check the general appraisal, which is what we look at the patient, and we look at whether the patient is abnormal or the patient looks to have any sort of disabilities or any sort of defect that to a normal medical healthcare professional terms, given the anatomy that we learned and the conditions that were given. We do the general appraisal. In this case, we said it's normal, meaning that we look at the patient. The patient had no particular abnormalities. Said maybe there's an arm disability, or maybe the patient has some sort of or showing that they are wearing an ankle brace to show that maybe their leg is hurt or anything. The patient looked normal, and there were no any sort of disability. He said then they check the neck area if there's any sort of bruises. He said those ones we check in general of saying maybe if it's a patient, maybe it's a child. When we look at them, they have bruises around the necks and also the face. It means maybe it's an assault patient. then that's when we refer to certain disciplines to be seen by a medical officer. Then they can take it further and see whether what's really happening from there. So he testified that with this patient, there were not really any sort of abnormalities when it comes to the patient being bruised, disabled. So in other words, my lord, Dr. Shoko is saying that the patient looked pretty much normal at the state of being examined. Then paragraph 9.22, regarding the question whether accused number 2 had any injuries, the doctor testified, and we quote, in this case, there were no certain marks that showed maybe that the patient was really choked. And as for the face, there were no lacerations, or also there were no markings that the patient was kind of like they were in any physical severe altercation. Said as far as the face goes, the nose, the eyes, the way in which the neck was, and when you look at also the state of the teeth, it didn't look like the person was really actually maybe severely beaten. It looked fairly normal. The accused did not complain to him that he was assaulted. He said the accused also has an opportunity to be examined by a medical practitioner if he had complained of any injuries, as there is a medical unit there. And he testified that where they work, the patient can't pass through the medical side and go through to the dental side without the medical people referring the patient to that side. Meaning that the patient, when they got there, that is now to the dental area, they go to the reception area first, a file is opened, they then look at the vitals, that is now the heartbeat, the blood pressure, etc. And when they got there, when you take the vitals, the nurses that take the vitals, they also end up asking the patient, are they specifically coming for the dental side, and also if in this case they asked the police, they would have asked the police, they came to the dental side, whether, they would have asked the police whether they came to the dental side or they are going straight to the medical side. He testified that if they have any part of their body that's not dental related, that that needs to be done. So he says if a patient came straight to them, that means the patient has no abnormalities that they could notice there at the reception. That, my lord, was in essence the version that the state presented to the
except that evidence was attacked, was it not?
Well, it
About
was
the
attacked.
the competency or otherwise of Dr. Tlokwe.
Indeed, and it was mentioned that he went further than what he was expected to do. It was mentioned, and I remember, especially counsel for accused number 5, that he is not a medical practitioner, so he's not well placed to testify about the injuries. But he did say that in their training as dentists, they deal with anatomy. They're trained to look for obvious signs of injury so that they can refer the patient to a medical practitioner if there are any injuries that are detected during a dental examination. Then, my lord, we deal with the defense case. In paragraph 10.1, we mentioned that at best the grounds on which the admissibility of the statements made by the two accused are being challenged are unclear and contradictory, and this we say with the greatest of respect, my lord. And we refer to the discourse that the court had with Mr. Ramosipil on behalf of both accused. We've quoted this passage yesterday. We just referred just to certain portions. When Mr. Ramosipil was asked to clarify the grounds on which the statements are being attacked, he mentions that my instructions are that he never made any statement, referring to accused number 2. He also denied that he made an admission or pointing out. Then Mr. Ramosipili mentioned further that the making of the statement needs to be clarified because he says the statement was brought to him, he was assaulted, coerced to sign that statement. Then the court inquired from him, when he says he never made a statement, it means no statement was made by your client. He can make a statement because he was coerced to have made a statement or force, as you say. Then Mr. Ramosipili replied, that is exactly. Then the court inquired from Mr. Ramosipili, what does he say? And Mr. Ramosipili then responded, my lord, this is the position. He made a statement because he was beaten up, assaulted, abused to sign the statement. The court then inquired from Mr. Ramosipili, but you say it was never made freely and voluntarily. Then Mr. Ramosipili said, indeed so. Then there were the following exchanges between Mr. Ramosipili and the court. Then the court said to Mr. Ramosipili, for instance, you have told this court that your client was coerced into making a statement. He replied, yes. By being assaulted, he said, yes. And then at paragraph 20.3, on behalf of accused number 2, Mr. Ramosipili outlined the...
Sorry. Let's, for my understanding, so that even the defense can chip in there. What is your understanding there? Because as I have tried to elucidate what Mr. Ramosipili's client's defense was, says he made a statement, meaning if you have made a statement, there is a physical manifestation of the writing of that statement, which will be recorded by the magistrate.
Yes.
Except that you will say, I was forced to make that statement. I was assaulted to make that statement. I was coerced to make that statement. But the statement is there.
Yes.
As opposed to saying, a document or a statement was brought to my client to sign.
Yes.
Mr. Ramosipili doesn't say that.
Indeed, my lord.
Doesn't say that.
At paragraph...
You'll have to deal with it, because that's not how I understand it. He made a statement. He didn't make a statement.
Yes. And that is the point we make at paragraph 10.4, my lord.
Right? What is
We'll
it?
just quickly deal first with paragraph 10.3. On behalf of accused number 2, Mr. Ramosipili outlined the grounds for challenging the admissibility of the statement as follows. He says, let me state individually, accused 1, probably referring to accused number 2, he was assaulted over a period of time. He was arrested on the 16th of June 2020. He says he was assaulted from the 19th of June 2020 until he was taken to court. Now, at paragraph 10.4, my lord, we then address the issues that have just been raised by the court, that from the explanation of Mr. Ramosipili, it's not clear as to whether accused number 1, firstly, whether he denies making a statement. 2, whether he admits that he made a statement, but that he was coerced to make a statement by being assaulted. 3, whether the statement was brought to him and he was assaulted to sign a statement that was already prepared. So in other words, that is not the source of the statement and is unaware of its content, but that the police are. We then mentioned that insofar as accused number 2 is concerned, Mr. Ramusipili mentioned that he was assaulted from the 19th of June 2020, and we point out that this is in direct contrast to the second version that was put, that accused number 2 was assaulted from the 18th of June 2020. Then on page 32, paragraph 10.5, we deal with the version as it was put to the witnesses. Firstly, to Lieutenant Colonel Mboto. Mr. Ramusipuli put the following version to him. That the circumstances under which accused number 1 met Lieutenant Colonel Mboto are the following: that he was brought to a police station in Soweto that is not known to him by several police officers. Amongst them, he later knew their names as Mohola, Butelezi, Seleka, Mabena, and Gininda. These are the people that brought him to your office, and they were further in the company of several Ekurhuleni Metro Police Department or SWAT officers. And he then requested Colonel Mboto to comment, and Colonel Mboto commented as follows. He said, "Yes, my lord, I can comment. As I mentioned, that to my office only one policeman came with the accused." He said, "I mentioned in my evidence in chief that with my knowledge and experience, I did not think he was supposed to be alone. I did not know who are those." There is now the people that Mr. Ramusipili mentioned. He said, "If Brigadier Gininda was there, he hid himself from me. I never saw him, my lord." To further explain, if Brigadier Gininda was there, I was going to give him the confession. I was not going to take it to the office for him to collect it on Monday as he testified to. And my lord, we submit with the greatest of respect that that makes sense. That why would, if Brigadier Gininda was there, why would he keep the confession statement exhibit FF and not hand it to Brigadier Gininda there and there?
Meaning at
Diepkloof.
Diepkloof.
Yes.
Instead, he drives to Innerdale,
Yes. And
where the
yes.
the kennel is supposed to be situated,
Yes.
employed.
Yes.
Which is a distance, I don't know if you know Soweto and that area.
Yes.
Quite a distance, driving to Innerdale on your way towards Vereeniging.
Yes. And he keeps it with him until Monday when Brigadier Gininda collects it. Mr. Ramusipili further put the following to him. He said, accused, that is now referring to accused number 1, he further instructs me that these police officers that I've mentioned, upon their arrival at the police station, they took him to a room, and in that room he was assaulted and he was tortured. Then Colonel Mboto responded as follows. "The only room that I know, my lord, is the room that I was given by the client service commander. I can deny that the client service commander can give people his room just to assault a person. Those people and the accused, they were coming to see me. I do not think even that Brigadier Gininda, he knows Diepkloof set up. My lord, there is one entrance at Diepkloof. You enter the gate, you get into the client service center. That was the room I was given. So there's no other room outside that maybe I can say he's started there. So that one, I deny, my lord, that it occurred. Then Mr. Ramosipili put it to him that the said assault and torture was meted out to accused number 1 because they were telling him to talk and incriminate himself in a crime that he said he does not know and he did not commit. Then Lieutenant Colonel Mboto responded, "May I not comment on that, my lord, but if that thing occurred, he had all the time and opportunity to explain to me as a neutral person, but he did not explain that." It was also put him that when Lieutenant Colonel Mboto stepped into that room, the assault and torture stopped, and that Lieutenant Colonel Mboto then called the suspect, accused number 1, to the side, that he had documents, and he then told accused number 1 that if you do not sign these documents, these people are going to continue and perpetrate these assaults on you. And my lord, here it's worth mentioning that and this we mentioned on page 36 of our heads, that Mr. Mgomezulu initially put the following on record. Mr. Mgomezulu, is that, we're on page 36, is that the accused was forced to make a confession regarding to accused number 2. Then Mr. Mgomezulu responded, "That is correct, my lord. He was assaulted in the presence of the witness that is coming to testify." That was, and the court said, "in the presence of Colonel Rapadu." Then Mr. Mgomezulu responded, "Rapadu, that is correct, my lord," and further that the confession was not written by himself. So here, my lord, Mr. Mgomezulu, on behalf of accused number 2, initially said accused number 1 was assaulted in the presence of Colonel Rapadu, but Mr. Ramosipili says that when Colonel Rapadu walked into that room, the assault then stopped. Further on in the cross-examination of, I think it was Colonel Hadebe, the court did point Mr. Mgomezulu to the contradiction.
Yes, yes.
And he then said no, the assault stopped when Colonel Rapadu walked into the room. But the fact, my lord, is that it is on record that there was initially this contradiction. But we leave it there.
But I'm concerned with the logic, of accused number as well. Mr. Ramosipili's assertion, because the end product of this is that his client did not make a written confession. He signed a document which he never read,
yes,
which he never explained, which was never read back to him. Right?
Yes, indeed, my lord.
That's how I understand it. But you see, if you now want to think logically, it is put that that is Mr. Ramusipili, that the assault and the torture was meted out to him because they were telling him to talk and incriminate himself. If you think logically, once you talk and incriminate yourself, you have not yet made a written,
Yes.
or you have not yet dictated a written confession, because it's tautologous to say, they say he must talk and incriminate himself, and thereafter they bring a written confession. Are you with me?
Indeed,
Mr. Museki, do you understand my logic?
in fact, we made a note at the end of that quotation by by Mr. Ramusipili that when you step into the room, the assault and torture
Stopped.
and then he then called the suspect, accused number 1, to the side. You had the documents and told him, if you do not sign these documents, these people
Yeah.
are going to continue to perpetrate this assault on you. So the note that we have made is that so they are no longer telling him to talk to incriminate himself.
Yeah, but if you don't think soberly, it will escape you.
Yes. Then Mr. Mboto then responded, "No, my lord, that is far from the truth. I'm the one who got to the room, and then I'm the one to be fetched. I'm the one who fetched him inside that room. So if he said, I step in the room, that I find him inside being assaulted, but there was nobody in that room, my lord. I was alone. I was given the room just for me, and then he is the one who came while I was inside the police van, and then I was shown the place to sit. Then I take particulars of the policeman. The policeman went out, so he then said, so there's nothing like that. Then Mr. Ramusipili, that because the assaults commenced from during the day in Tembisa, when he was arrested in Tembisa, then taken again to Vosloorus near a court building in Vosloorus. The assaults were also perpetrated there. Then at this police station in Soweto, it was for the third time. He then relented and agreed and signed those documents because he was fearing for his life based on what was meted and perpetrated upon him. Then Lieutenant Colonel Mboto responded, I do not want to talk about Tembisa or Vosloorus, my lord. I will talk about Diepkloof, where I was involved. At Diepkloof, my lord, the Client Service Center office for the community, as well as the police who were on duty, if I'm in that office, it can be an officer, you can be at the Client Service Center. I do not know which Client Service Center commander can allow the assault to be taken by the people that he did not even know them, where they are coming from. So that is far from the truth. At Diepkloof, nothing happened. And my lord, that makes sense what Colonel Mboto is saying, that there would have been a client service commander just right next door to where they were, and that it's unlikely that a client service commander would allow an assault to be perpetrated just next door to the client service center by the people that he did not even, that the client service center commander would not have known where they come from, and what we submit, that what Lieutenant Colonel Mboto is saying here is probable. Then Mr. Ramosepele put the following to him, that because the assault commenced from during the day in Tembisa when he was arrested, then taken again to Foslores near a court building in Foslores, the assaults were also perpetrated there. Then at this police station in Soweto, it was for the third time. He then relented and agreed and signed those documents because he was fearing for his life based on what has been meted and perpetrated upon him.
But it's not signed, sorry, he's not signing them inside the offices of Boto. According to the version which is put, that
Yes.
he was made to sign these documents in the midst of these young policemen. Boto described them as healthy and fit and said, you know what, if that assault, as Mr. Ramosepele puts it, eventuated, then of course, accused number 2? Sorry, number 1.
Accused number 1.
He would have been brought here in an ambulance. You remember that?
Indeed, that is the point that we are making in the in the next page.
Yeah, sorry, because according to the version of accused number 1, Boto never even sat down. When he came in, they were assaulting him in that room,
Yes.
and then he intervenes because they stop, and he says, hey, you know what, just sign this thing, otherwise
Yes.
they're going to kill you, whatever.
Yes. It says he called him aside and said,
Sign.
here are the documents. As to who prepared those documents, where Lieutenant Colonel Mboto would have received those documents from, it's unclear. But they say he called him to the side and said, if you don't sign these documents, you'll be further assaulted.
Yeah.
And we mentioned, my lord, that accused number 1 had just been arrested some few hours before he was brought to Lieutenant Colonel Mboto. Now, the question remains as to when would someone have had that opportunity to compile those documents, the version in the statement, and then handed them to Colonel Mboto. And on page 34, this is the point that we are making as to when would there have been an opportunity to compile those documents. And Colonel Mboto responded as follows. Logically, if I'm having this form, I do not understand when did I complete all this information according to him, but me, I got all this information from him step by step. He said the time that we spent, it shows itself that we were sitting and doing something. I cannot just come and say, sign this. I will not be respecting the constitution of the country. And Mr. Ramosepele then put it to him that this pro forma was never ever read back to him. He then testified it was read, my lord. That is why he managed to make some corrections in some of the points. And as we've already pointed out, and he said that one is rectified. He said it was read back to him, and then we asked the question, my lord, why would he make corrections if was not the source of the statement? There was that portion that we wanted to refer to, but we will do so. See, my attention has been drawn to the fact that it's time for the long adjournment.
Okay. Okay, 2 o'clock. Yes, sir. Mr. Malloy.
As a court, please, my lord, we're on page 33 of the heads, paragraph 10.6. And just before that, there's a paragraph where Mr. Ramusepili puts the particulars of the assault and record. Mr. Ramusepili says, it's a paragraph above 10.6. It says, now the assault accused instructs me that he was slapped, but mainly the torture was a clear plastic bag was placed and covered his face, his eyes, his ears, his nose and mouth, and it was put by a person behind, whilst the other police officers held him, and they smothered and suffocated him so that he could not breathe. And then at paragraph 10.6, we ask the rhetorical question that we make the submission that the answers given by Lieutenant Colonel Mboto demonstrate how improbable the version of accused number one is. It was put to Lieutenant Colonel Mboto that the reason why Brigadier Gininda and them assaulted the accused is because they were telling him to talk and incriminate himself. And the rhetorical question that we were asking is, why would they want him to incriminate himself if Lieutenant Colonel Mboto is already armed with this prepared statement? Then on page 34, maybe at the bottom of page 33, that last paragraph, Colonel Mboto testified that Brigadier Gininda and the other police officers mentioned who allegedly participate in the assault were unknown to him when Brigadier Gininda and the said police officers, we asked the question as when would they have now had the opportunity to compile the statement as alleged, given the fact that accused one was arrested around lunchtime on the same day. Lieutenant Colonel Mboto responded as follows to that assertion. My Lord, logically, if I'm having this form, I do not understand when did I complete all this information according to him. But to me, I got all this information from him step by step. I think we've already covered that, my Lord.
Yes.
Paragraph 10.7. We make the submission that the implausibility of this version by accused number one is demonstrated in the following answer by Lieutenant Colonel Mboto. And we quote, "They cannot assault a person 3 times and he comes to the office walking." That is not true, my Lord. I want to deny that again, based on those facts. The gentleman was going to come by an ambulance if he was assaulted 3 times, 3 places like that. That is not true. Then paragraph 10.8, we make the submission, my Lord, that Lieutenant Colonel Mboto came across as a seasoned commissioned officer. He gave his evidence in an impressive manner. We submit that his version ought to be accepted. He testified that he saw no injuries on accused number one. and subsequent OB entries at Valeria as per Exhibit NN indicate that the accused had no injuries, and the defense also concedes that that fact. That fact. He only noted some marks on the hands of the accused caused by the handcuffs, and I see Mr. Ramasipil is making the point that the fact that the entry do not reflect that there were marks on the hands of accused number one indicate that the entries are not reliable.
Are not?
But not reliable.
You see.
But we submit, my lord, that perhaps it's a question of meaning, the question of language, but what Lieutenant Colonel Mboto is referring to, it's more of imprints caused by the handcuff, just like a imprint caused by a strap of a watch on one's hands, which can hardly be classified as anything perhaps of a serious nature.
But did he ever go to the hospital for those wrists swelling and bloodied
Well,
hands? And remember, there was evidence that the way he was assaulted, there was an outpouring of blood from his mouth, nose, and it poured onto his
on the
Fabioni sweater or skipper, and even underneath his white vest.
yes,
Is there any indication that this was reported to the police?
that was in respect of accused number two, my
Yes,
lord.
yes, I'm
But there's
saying
no
that.
such indication, my lord, that that fact was or that incident was reported to the police. In fact, when accused number two was presented with a golden opportunity before Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, when he asked him about injuries he had none. When, according to him, at that stage he was wearing a vest that was stained in blood. We submit that if indeed he was assaulted and he bled from the nose and his clothes were blood soaked, he would have taken this opportunity to show to Colonel Rapadu that I've been assaulted and here's proof. What better proof is there than those clothes that he wear that were blood stained? Obviously, those clothes would have served as exhibit, and the process, as Colonel Rapadu testified, would have been stopped there and there, and he would have then have summoned medical help. But as you mentioned, the accused number two did not do that. We therefore submit that it's improbable that he was assaulted as he alleges. Then at paragraph 10.9, we deal with the pointings out. We've already referred to the evidence of Colonel Hadebe, the fact that he asked the accused to take off his clothes both before and after the pointings out, and photos were taken of him whilst he was bare-chested, show that he had no injuries. It was put to him that accused number one was coerced to point out a place that he did not know, and Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe responded, he was never coerced by me, and he never reported ever being coerced by by anyone. It was put to Colonel Hadebe somewhat vaguely that he was assaulted before being taken to him for the pointings out, but there were no particulars given of such assault. But be that as it may, he testified that he could not see any injuries on accused number 1. Then on page 35, paragraph 10.11, Colonel Hadebe testified that, and we quote, "My Lord, we took him, or he took us, he said we must take him to the entrance." That is now of Flores. From that area, he said, "Now I see," and then he directed the driver further. The version of 5 June 2020, according to his version, he does not even know that particular place. The only place he was taken to is where he saw that he was at Flores at the hostel because he was there, he was residing there previously. And he says that is the only place he saw according to his version. Then Colonel Hadebe responded, "That is not correct, my lord. I did not even know the points that he pointed to me, except being directed by him." Then Mr. Mgomezulu put it to him, "It is further my instruction that he was coerced to point at a place or that particular place that he did not know. He was never there previously." And Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe reiterated his answer that he was never coerced, and he never reported being coerced by anyone else. We've already referred to Exhibit KK, my lord, extract of the OB and cell register from Alberton, which indicated that the accused had no injuries. At paragraph 10.13, we deal with the confession made by accused number 2 to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. And here, my lord, we point out that the insurmountable obstacle that accused number 1 is facing is this. Initially, it was put to Constable Buthelezi and Sergeant Mohani that the alleged assault took place on the 19th of June 2020. And we have seen, this is confirmed by Mr. Ramosepeli when he set out the grounds on which the accused will challenge the confession. This is the portion that he put on record earlier on when he mentioned that, said no, he was assaulted from 19 June 2020 until he was taken to court. Now, when Mr. Mgomezulu set out the grounds on which the statement to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was being challenged, he said the following. On page 36, he says, the accused was forced to make a confession. We've already referred to this point, was forced to make a confession. The court then asked him, he was forced to make a confession. Then Mr. Mgomezulu said, that is correct, my lord. He was assaulted in the presence of the witness that is coming to testify. We've already covered that, my lord. And that it was Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu. And he then says, statement was already written when it was brought to him. Mr. Mgomezulu said a statement was already written, so he was forced to sign the statement. So it is my instruction that it was not made freely and voluntarily. But what is important in this regard, my lord, is what we mentioned. Page on the same page, the 8th line from the bottom, where Mr. Mgomezulu says it was not in the office, it was at the police station in Deep Kloof. So, in other words, he's now contradicting what Mr. Ramusipil earlier said, that the state that accused number 1 was forced to sign the statement in an office. But here, Mr. Mgomezulu says it was not in an office, it was at the police station in Deep Kloof.
Yeah, because I think it was adumbrated that when he was being so assaulted inside
Yes.
Maboto's office, Maboto came in and the assault stopped
Yes.
inside the office.
Yes.
And that is where this document was signed. That was the initial version, inside the office. Subsequently, of course,
Yes.
it appears it was signed outside Maboto's office.
Yes, indeed, my lord. Then page 37. Mr. Mgomezulu says, the first line, not Deep Kloof, I confuse it, accused number 1, my lord, I beg your pardon. So the statement was brought into Rapadi's office, Mr. Mgomezulu, that is correct. Or it was just in the police station. Then Mr. Mgomezulu responded, it was in the police station. Then the court asked him where everybody just moves and goes about. And Mr. Mgomezulu responded, moves? Yes. And the court said, is that so? Not in the office. Then Mr. Mgomezulu said, not in the office. So this just buttresses the point that we've made earlier on, that is contradicting directly what Mr. Ramusipili put to the witnesses. And we further mentioned that this is in direct contrast to the evidence of accused number 2, that the statement was partially signed, but this is a different matter, my lord. We will come to that. This
Okay.
refers to accused number 2. Then paragraph 10.15. The following is a version that was put to Constable Butelezi regarding the alleged assault on the 19th of June 2020. But accused number 2 made a complete volte-face, alleging that it happened on the 18th of June 2020 and no longer on the 18th of June, after AVL evidence was laid and the locations which he alleged that the assaults took place did not appear on the AVL for the 19th. And we are going to quote extensively regarding those allegations, or regarding that version. Mr. Mgomezulu, okay, let me just put the version of accused 2, because your testimony relating to the incident occurred on the 19th. Is that much limited in terms of the evidence given by the previous witnesses? Then it says, accused number 2 was arrested on 16 June 2020. It was a holiday. Then Mr. Mgomezulu, I will concentrate on the version where you were involved. According to him, accused 2 was in the company of Sergeant Mohola and Mohani and Sergeant Mabena. They were traveling with a white Toyota Fortuner. Can you remember that? Then Constable Buthelezi, I know the Fortuner, but who was inside the Fortuner, I did not know. Then Mr. Mgumezulu, did you see the Fortuner on the day? Constable Buthelezi, yes. I was clearing the way for it. From where to where? From the N12 to Moroka, from Moroka to Vosloorus. Then Mr. Mgumezulu, N12, does it pass through Alberton or does it, or is it a freeway alongside Alberton? Yeah. Constable Buthelezi, it is outside Alberton. Mr. Mgumezulu, so accused 2 was traveling with Sergeant Mukhani and Sergeant Mabena when they stopped next to a garage, a filling station. Constable Buthelezi, I was not there. Then Mr. Mgumezulu, that is where he alleges that is where a call was made. He said, let me put it this way, after a telephonic conversation with somebody, he did not know who he was, suddenly you and Mapumulo appeared. Then Constable Buthelezi answered, well, for starters, there's no garage on the N12. Then Mr. Mgumezulu, I will give description of the place where the garage was or on the way the garage is. If you are driving from N3 from Vosloorus towards Johannesburg, the first off-ramp is Spread View, the second off-ramp is Alberton. There is a bridge, railway bridge. After the railway bridge, there's an engine garage on the left-hand side. According to the description of accused number 2, in terms of that place, it is the area around the garage. Can you say something about that? Then Constable Buthelezi, I will not be able to comment because I did not know what you are talking about. Then Mr. Mgumezulu, on that particular route, there's a board indicating Alberton, the direction towards Alberton. That garage that I'm referring to is along that road. It is on the side. There's where you arrived with Constable Mapumulo. You were traveling in a white bakkie. We'll just keep the rest of the evidence and go to page 39.
Sorry, but just the defense will also have to elaborate on that. As I understood or listened to the evidence, this garage, it's next to the road.
Yes.
According to the evidence I listened to, there's a cafe at that garage.
Yes, indeed, my lord.
There are seats for patrons of the garage who sit around the surface of that garage.
Yes.
There are petrol tanks, and there's an area where people were buying gas tanks. So it means there was a movement of people there.
Yes.
They're buying in the cafe, they're
Yes.
buying the petrol, they're sitting there as patrons of the cafe there.
Yes, and it's,
Some are putting petrol in, although he says they didn't go towards the petrol tanks, but some are putting gas in because he said some people were carrying gas tanks.
yes.
So there was movement there.
And there's also staff. you
Yeah, of course, the staff of the garage
of
also.
the garage who would have.
And these
witnessed
stupid
this.
police, they commence with the assault in the presence of all this movement
Yes.
of people.
Yes.
The
indeed,
defense
my
has
lord.
got to address me on that because maybe I don't see the possibilities
Yes.
which they see.
Indeed, my lord. Then on page 39, Mr. Mgumezulu, there in the middle of the page, Mr. Mgumezulu, you are referring on the day of the 19th.
Oh, good.
Then, Mr. Buthelezi, I think that is the day that you are discussing. Then he says, let us proceed. You then proceeded, all of you, with all these 3 cars. You proceeded to another place next to a dumping area towards Alberton. So here, my lord, Mr. Mgomezulu draws the attention of Constable Buthelezi that the discussion is about the 19th, and he's trying to verify from Constable Buthelezi as to whether the evidence that he's referring to occurred on the 19th. And Constable Buthelezi says, I think that is the day that you are discussing.
Sorry.
So,
Sorry. But that day, Mr. Ngobezulu, didn't he correct it to say, no, actually, my instructions are that the assault in the dumping site was on such and such a date?
I couldn't, not before the availability of the AVL.
Yeah, I know that, because this apparently changed the picture, according to you.
Yes, no, I couldn't find a place where he corrects the date, my lord.
Because I recall Mr. Dupree was pertinently also asked to come with the records of the 18th and the 19th. Is that not so?
Yes, indeed, and he did testify about this, the movement of the vehicle on the 18th.
On the 18th, he said the movement, the car was, it was just standing
Yes, at the garage.
at the garage.
Yes,
There was
from
no
about-
movement
Yes, from about 10 to 7
up to the following
until
day.
just after midnight
Midnight.
the following day.
Yeah, so, well, you can't have it both ways, I suppose.
Yes.
If the AVL says there was no movement on the 18th, then maybe the car, and I'm not making any conclusions. This is just submissions which I want to understand. Then it means if the AVL says there was no movement of the vehicle into the dumping site, that must correlate with what actually alleged to have happened at the dumping site. Are you with me?
I'm not quite with you on that point, my lord.
Look, if the AVL says there was no movement on the 18th,
Yes.
and then the alleged assault, according to Mr.
Oh, I
Mgomezulu's
see,
instructions,
Yes.
happened on the 18th,
Yes.
then this contradictory evidence, if it is, cancels out mutually destructive of each version.
Yes. Well, as I understand them, when the version now was adapted to the 18th, they said when the vehicle moved to that point where it was stationary, that's when they
Assault.
stopped at the dumping site where the assault took place. But as you mentioned, my lord, that accused number 2 is what he's simply doing, just trimming his sails according to the wind, and the second version of the incident of the 18th is completely in contrast with what was initially put, that the incident happened on the 19th. And we submit, my lord, that just on the basis of that, his version ought to be rejected. Then on page 40, Mr. Mgomezulu, the fourth line from the top says, so one of the members was in possession of a container which contained water, which was poured. This water was poured in the front body of accused number 2. And it says there was a small device that was to electrocute accused number 2. And further on in the middle of the page, we mentioned that Mr. Mgomezulu says accused 2 was bleeding from the nose. And Brigadier Gininda then appeared on the scene. He came out with documents, and it is further said that there was a gentleman who was wearing braces, and Constable Buthelezi said, I did not meet the Brigadier and Sergeant Mokola or the other man that was wearing braces on that particular day, that is now the 19th. Then there's a discussion about this gentleman who was wearing braces. Then on page 41, the second line from the top, cross-examination by Mr. Mgumezulu continues. He says, from Alberton, from that area, the accused was transported by Sergeant Mohani and Sergeant Mabena. They passed Chris Hani Hospital. So once again, this clearly demonstrates that he is referring
18th.
to the 19th.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, to the 19th.
Because it's happening contemporaneously with what happened at the
Yes.
dumping site.
Yes. And he then says Colonel Rapadu was inside the hospital and he gave the keys to his wife. Then in the middle of the page, Mr. Mgumezulu, they went to Orlando. They proceeded to Orlando where they parked next to a dumping area. The accused also noticed the ATM machines that were no longer in use. Then in the middle of the page, Mr. Mgumezulu, then he took out some documents. This is after the arrival of Brigadier Gininda with his white BMW. Says he opened the boot and sat on the edge of the boot. Says he then took out some documents and gave them to Colonel Rapadu for accused number 2 to forcefully sign the document. And the same version of the assault on the 19th of June 2020 was put to Sergeant Mohani. Mr. Mgumezulu put the following version, Mr. Mgumezulu, and we quote, accused will come and tell the court that on the 19th, on the date of the alleged confession, he was taken, he was assaulted by the Metro Police officers, including Mabena, who was in your company. So once again, Malot, this becomes clear that the alleged assault, according to the version, happened on the 19th. Then in the middle of the page, Mr. Mgumezulu, yes, it is my instruction that as he was transported, a car parked next to a certain filling station, he saw a board reflecting Alberton, and then Mr. Mohani, obviously taken aback by all these allegations, he asks, I want an explanation of whether it was when we were still on our way to Moroka. Then Mr. Mgumezulu responds, this is the version of the accused. You cannot pose questions to me. Then on page 42, in the middle of the page, Mr. Mgumezulu, then you immediately after that you actually moved, no, maybe just before that, in the middle of the page, accused was taken out of the motor vehicle, the Toyota Fortuner, and brought to the motor vehicle that was driven by Jonathan. He was seated at the back right side of the motor vehicle of Jonathan, and Sergeant Mabena on the left-hand side. Constable Butelezi was next to the accused, and the accused could not open the door on the right back. And the version then continues in the middle of the page. He says, Mr. Mgumezulu says, from that place, they then went to a dumping area on the way to Alberton. And Mr. Mohani testified that he disputes that because he does not remember them passing a dumping area. And Mr. Mgumezulu says all the cars stopped at the area And he says at this particular area there are stairs, steel stairs with steel poles, and the handcuffs were taken off from the hands of accused number 2. It says he was handcuffed from behind. His one hand was loosened, and the other handcuff was put on that steel, on the steel pipe. And in the middle of the page, Mr. Sergeant Mokhane answers as follows: Mr. Mgomezulu, I still ask you to ask him, that is now accused number 2, to tell you the truth, because all of this is not true. The BMW that you are referring to is a new model. It is not a 2020 model. It is the latest BMW. We're not using it, and Brigadier Geninda never came close. Then Mr. Mgomezulu says, when during the course of the assault and torturing, there's a device that was also used. Accused 2 was poured with water from his front part of his body, and he was electrocuted by Mabena, Jonathan, and Butelezi. And Mr. Mgomezulu says when the plastic was removed, accused was bleeding from his nose. And he put it to Mokhane that he did not participate in the assault. Then in the middle of the page, Sergeant Mokhane answers Mr. Mgomezulu, I do not know how to explain this, but the accused person was not assaulted. He was not taken out because I would not allow it, and he must tell you the truth. He must not tell you lies, because this is now impacting on your dignity. You are a very dignified person. You must not create and say that because we never stopped anywhere. Then Mr. Mgomezulu said, let me then proceed to carry the mandate by giving you the version of accused number 2. Mr. Mgomezulu says that shortly thereafter, accused number 2 was then loosened. That is when they drove to Soweto. Then Sergeant Mokhane says, I'm still refusing, saying that we never stopped anywhere. Said Mr. Mgomezulu then says, you, Mabena, and accused 2 drove to Krisani Baragwana, where you met Colonel Rapadu, and he says, I'm disputing that. Then on page 44, Mr. Mgomezulu says, it is my instruction that you drove with Colonel Rapadu to Orlando, and you parked at an open area next to ATM that are no longer functioning. So this is what we submit. This clear is coupling the assault with the fact that Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu was picked up at Orlando, and that they then proceeded to Orlando at the disused ATMs. And as we pointed out, my lord, that they are now saying that the incident happened on the 18th and no longer on the 19th. But here, my lord, we submit that clearly the assault is coupled with the 19th, and it is further mentioned that they went to Orlando, they parked at an open area next to the ATMs that are no longer functioning, and accused was then taken out of the motor vehicle and the assault continued, and Brigadier Gininda then arrived with Sergeant Mohola, and Mr. Mgomezulu then says, you gave these documents, there is now Brigadier Gininda, that Brigadier Gininda gave these documents to Colonel Rapadu, and this is when accused was forced to sign those documents. And Mr. Mgomezulu then says there were documents or there were pages that were not stamped with his thumb, and as a result they were completed at Moroka Police Station. This, my lord, we submit that it is indicative of the fact that the accused changed his version as regards the day of the alleged assault when the AVL were presented. He adapted his version to try and suit the locations where the incidents are alleged to have happened. Then paragraph 10.17 regarding the confession that was made to Ms. Cronje on the 24th of June 2020. We indicate the basis that was laid by Mr. Ramosepeli when challenging the admissibility of the statement. Says the statement had been obtained under duress, that the deponent did not sign the statement. Then Mr. Ramosepeli also mentioned that it was not made freely and voluntarily. At paragraph 10.18 on page 45, we mentioned that the same proposition was put to Constable Lizering by Mr. Mgomezulu. And we quote, if accused number 2 had to tell the court that inside room 2, where the alleged confession was to take place, he did not sign any document, would you disagree with that version? And Mr. Mgomezulu continues, if he says he was taken to Germiston, next an industrial area where the assault continued, and that is when he was ordered to sign the papers, and it is my instruction that you were also present when he was forced to sign the documents. Mr. Lizering, my lord, I can confirm that Mr. Mgomezulu's client is lying to him. He's not telling the truth. He was never taken to Germiston. He was taken straight to Moot, subs from Boksburg. Then paragraph 10.19, we mentioned, we make the submission that strange is the fact that when accused number 2 testified, he considered to signing the confession statement in Ms. Cronje's presence after borrowing a pen from the interpreter, as she had testified, albeit according to accused number 2, he signed to signify that he asked for toiletries. He says he only initialed the statement when assaulted near an open area in Germiston. So once again, this is accused number 2 disputes the version that was put, that he did not sign any document there in room 2 in the presence of Mrs. Cronje. Then, my lord, we deal with the summary of the state submissions, and maybe before we get to that, it was put to Brigadier Gininda that he promised a sum of 3 million to accused number 2 to implicate the other persons, it was initially said this happened on the 21st, where he was incarcerated. At Primrose, and this was later changed to say that it happened in Pretoria.
So there were two versions.
Yes,
The
yes,
first bribe was elicited at Primrose.
at Primrose, and then it was then changed to say it was in Pretoria, and this came right during the stage when Brigadier Gininda was testifying. It was never put to any person, and on the 21st, when Brigadier Gininda was said to have elicited the bribe, accused was incarcerated at Primrose and not Pretoria. And Brigadier Gininda mentioned that he doesn't even have the budget for that kind of money, and that at that point, on the 21st, accused number 1 had already made the confession to Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, and why would he then still make this ridiculous promise, if one can put it that way, to accused number 2? We submit that this wild allegation ought to be rejected. Then at paragraph 11.1, we deal with the summary of the state submissions. We point out, my lord, that in a nutshell, the defense case regarding the statements made by the 2 accused is that the police came with the statements that were already prepared, and they were coerced to sign them by being assaulted. And initially, the allegation of assault was the only ground upon which accused number 1 and 2 challenged the admissibility of the statement. But as we mentioned yesterday, that they are now also saying that their rights were not explained to them. And the submission, my lord, is that if the only ground on which they challenged the assault, the statement was on the basis of assault, if the evidence indicates that there was no such assault, then that would mean that the whole version must fall flat, my lord. And but now that they've brought in this other issue of the rights not being explained to them, we submit that even if that is brought into the equation, the evidence that is before court show that the accused rights were explained to them at every turn. Now, just coming back to the issue of the assault, at paragraph 11.2, for accused number 1, the following particulars of the assaults were put on record. He was assaulted after his arrest on 30 May 2020 at Letabong in Tembisa, at Foslores near the court building, and at Diepkloof. Mr. Ramusipili put it as follows. Now, on the assault, accused number 1 instructs me that he was slapped, but mainly the torture was a clear plastic bag that was placed and covered his face his eyes, his ears, his nose and mouth, and it was pulled by a person behind, whilst the other police officers held him, and they smothered and suffocated him so that he could not breathe. Then regarding the pointings out, Mr. Mgomezulu put the following version to Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe. So you further not dispute the fact that from Villera to Vosloorus he was assaulted, and back to Alberton you cannot dispute that. So in other words, they are saying before the pointings out, whilst en route from Valeria, what Mr. Mgomezulu says, Vosloorus, that he was assaulted, and he says back to Alberton, you cannot dispute it. Then in this regard, my lord, we make the following submissions. Number one, there is no iota of evidence that accused number one sustained any injuries as a result of this sustained and severe assault. As Lieutenant Colonel Mboto put it, who, as we've mentioned, is a very seasoned senior police officer, says they cannot assault a person 3 times and then he comes to the office walking. That is not true, my lord. I want to deny that again. Based on those facts, the gentleman was going to come by an ambulance if he was assaulted 3 times, 3 places like that. That is not true. The second point that we want to make is that the extract of the occurrence book of Villera Police Station Exhibit NN and Alberton Police Station Exhibit KK show that the accused had no injuries. The third submission is that extracts of the occurrence book from Diepkloof Police Station also indicate that accused number 1 had no injuries. Except, as we mentioned, my lord, for the fact that there was this marks on the wrist due to the tied handcuffs, and Colonel Mboto testified that he had to loosen the handcuffs a bit. The fourth submission in this regard, we mentioned that both Lieutenant Colonel Mboto and Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe, very seasoned commission officers, saw no injuries on accused number 1. And the fact that we also make the submission, my lord, that Lieutenant Colonel Hadebe made accused number 1 to disrobe from the waist upwards, and photos were also taken, and there were no visible injuries. Paragraph 11.5, insofar as accused number 2 is concerned, he says the assault took the following form, as put by Mr. Mgomezulu on record. Accused will come and tell the court that on the 19th, on the date the alleged confession was taken, he was assaulted by the Metro Police officers, including Mabena, who was in your company. The Metro Police officers, then he said, sorry, who was present was Butelezi, Jonathan, and Mr. Mabena, who were involved in the assault and torturing and tubing of accused number 2. Then he went on, when during the course of the assault and torturing, there's a device that was also used. Accused 2 was poured with water from the front part of his body. He was also electrocuted. He says one of the members had a container which contained water, which was poured. This water was poured in the front body of accused number 2. Then on page 47, we'll go straight to that sentence before paragraph 11.6, Mr. Mgumezulu. Just before that, there's a paragraph in bold that reads, Mr. Mgumezulu, then you had a discussion with Brigadier Gininda. He said, before I put the version, during the course of tubing and assaulting, accused 2 was bleeding from his nose. And then Mr. Mgumezulu, okay, accused 2 after he was beaten, tortured, and choked with a plastic bag. Then paragraph 11.6, when Mr. Mgumezulu set out the grounds on which the statement to Lieutenant Colonel Rapado was being challenged, he said the following, Mr. Mgumezulu, it is my instruction that the grounds upon which and the rest of the his submission is inaudible. Then the court asks him, yes, you may proceed. Mr. Mgumezulu, it is that the accused was forced to make a confession. And the court says, you are saying he was forced to make a confession. Then Mr. Mgumezulu replies, that is correct, my lord. He was assaulted in the presence of the witness that is coming to testify. As we mentioned that during the evidence of Colonel Hadebe, it was rectified that the assault stopped when Colonel Rapado entered the room. But the fact of the matter is that this is on record. Paragraph 11.7, Mr. Ramos Sipili set out the grounds for taking the admissibility as follows, that he was arrested on that is now accused number 2, he was arrested on the 16th of June 2020, and he was assaulted from the 19th of June 2020 until he appeared in court. Paragraph, I'm sorry, my lord.
No, no.
Oh, okay. Paragraph 11.8. It is submitted that there is a major contradiction as to the date of the alleged assault of accused number 2. Mr. Ramos Sipili said the assaults commenced on the 19th of June 2020 when he set out the grounds on which the admissibility of the statements would be challenged as demonstrated above. However, the version put by Mr. Mgumezulu to Constable Buthelezi and Sergeant Mukhani was that the alleged assault took place on the 19th of June 2020. And strange is the fact that after the AVL records were obtained and those locations at which the alleged assaults took place did not appear thereon, there was an about turn on the alleged assault, and it was then alleged that the assault took place on the 18th of June 2020 to align the version to the AVL, and we argue, my lord, that this simply shows the untruthfulness of the version of the accused. Then paragraph 11.9, Mr. Ramos Sipili stated that the assault commenced on the 19th of June 2020 when, according to accused number 2, the assaults commenced on the 16th of June 2020 already, when he was slapped, according to him, for asking Sergeant Mukhani to produce his identification certificate at his room in Pukeng, and he was then told that he's being presumptuous. Paragraph 11.10, it was initially put to Mrs. Cronje that accused number 2 did not sign the confession in her presence, but the accused himself contradicted this proposition in his evidence and testified that he did sign, although he says it was to show that he asked for toiletries. Then paragraph 11.11, Ms. Cronje testified that the statement of accused number 2 was handed to the head of office, Mrs. Dupree, after the parties had left the office. The question that arises is how would accused number 2 have appended his initials to the statement there near the dumping area where he alleges that he was assaulted, if the statement was in the possession of Mrs. Dupree and not in the possession of the police. Paragraph 11.2. Accused number 2 alleges that the statement would have been blood-stained as a result of the injuries. However, Exhibit JJ, his confession statement had no blood stains on it. Paragraph 11.3, Dr. Tlokwe carried out a dental examination of accused number 2 on the 22nd of June 2020 and could not detect any injuries on him. And incidentally, the accused mentioned that he had a heart condition, which he also mentioned to Mrs. Grenier. And we submit, my lord, that this shows the veracity of their evidence. Paragraph 11.14, extracts of the occurrence books of the police stations where the accused was detained. Exhibit MM of Pretoria North Police Station for accused number 2. Exhibit PP from Pukeng Police Station. Exhibit QQ from Primrose Police Station. And Exhibit SS from Pretoria Mood, the Pretoria Mood Police Station, show no injuries, which the accused himself now concedes in his head. Paragraph 11.15, he testified that his t-shirt and vest had blood stains when he, this is now accused number 2, he testified that his t-shirt and vest had blood stains when he appeared before Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu on the 19th of June 2020. However, strange is the fact that he does not show Colonel Rapadu these blood-stained clothes. This would have been the best exhibit to confirm the assault, and as Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu testified, he would have not continued with the taking down of the confession, but would have referred him for medical examination and advised him to open a charge. Paragraph 11.16, no single docket was opened by any of the accused for the alleged assault. And then paragraph 11.17, both accused alleged that the statements were already prepared when the police forced them to append their signatures on those statements without knowing what the contents of those statements were. The question that arises is, why would the police officers take the risk of presenting statements before court that the accused did not know, that the accused did not know the contents thereof? And we submit, my lord, that this is improbable. And we mentioned that it is also a strange coincidence that the version of both accused is identical on the score. Paragraph 11.18, the white BMW 320i sedan that allegedly appeared on the scene of assault on the 19th of June 2020, wherein Brigadier Geninda, Sergeant Mohola, and a man with braces were said to be traveling in, was not yet acquired in 2020. And we argue, my lord, that this demonstrates the falsity of the version of accused number 2. Then paragraph 11.19, we mentioned that the AVL records support the version of the investigating team about all the places that they visited with accused during the course of their investigation, starting with accused number 1, on the 31st of May 2020 when he took them to Palm Ridge to point out a traditional healer. On the 18th of June 2020 when they visited Carltonville at Sibanye Stillwater to verify the alibi of accused number 2. On the 19th of June 2020, when they took accused number 2 to Moroka Police Station for the taking down of his confession by Lieutenant Colonel Rapadu, and then proceeded to Vosloorus and back to Moroka Police Station, and then to Phokeng and Primrose. The trip to Primrose occurred in the early hours of the 20th of June 2020, and they arrived there at about 4:30 in the morning. 11, paragraph 11.20, we make the submission that the AVL records also accord with all the entries in the occurrence books. In paragraph 11.21, we mention that on his own version, the statement by accused number 2 to Mrs. Cronje was signed before he was assaulted. We therefore submit that it was not prompted by any assault on his own version, as according to him the assault happened afterwards. Then paragraph 11.22, accused number 2 says Sergeant Mokhane did not assault him and instead intervened when other members assaulted him. So according to him, Sergeant Mokhane was good to him and thus had no reason to fabricate evidence. It is therefore submitted that there is no reason to doubt his evidence when he testified that the accused were not assaulted.
Now, he testifies that Sergeant Mokhane did not give him a piece of the, the Kentucky chicken. They ate it alone.
Well,
Good man, Mokhane.
Yes, obviously Sergeant Mokhane refuted that. And Mala, just to demonstrate that accused number 2 was on good terms with Sergeant Mokhane, he testified that accused 2 told him that he can dance, he can do the dance and lift his foot up to his neck. And accused number 2, when he testified, he said that is his passion, ukugida, you know, as he put it. And another surprising fact was when Sergeant Mokhane was testifying, she constantly referred to accused number 1 by his first name, Muzi. She kept on saying Muzi. We submit, my lord, that shows that there were really cordial relations between the investigating team and the accused. Paragraph 11.23, which is our last submission. As for the admissibility of the occurrence books, we mentioned, my lord, that Exhibit MM was, Exhibit NN was handed by agreement between the state and Mr. Mgomezulu, and we refer to the relevant passage. Accused number 1 informed the magistrate at Tembisa on the 10th of July 2020, as per Exhibit 00, the extract of the occurrence books from Silverton Police Station, that he was assaulted. The note that the magistrate made was that the accused is being assaulted by SAP D. Silverton. We've handed in Exhibit NN1, which is the extract of the occurrence book from Silverton Police Station. Exhibit NN2, the cell register from Silverton, and both indicate that there were no injuries. Then just finally on page 50, we, as far as the admissibility of the occurrence books and the cell registers are concerned, we mentioned that they have been authenticated by Sergeant Mukhani and Sergeant Muhola as they were made in their presence, and they were countersigned, and they countersigned those entries. And I see in their heads, Mr. Ramosipile doesn't really make any issue regarding the occurrence books. We then refer to the case of State versus Mpumlo and others, 1987, volume 2, essay 442, wherein the court held that the church office occurrence books, cell registers, police occurrence books were all held to be official documents in terms of section 234 of the Criminal Procedure Act. The court held that such documents must be accepted without reservation. And, my Lord, we submitted that was the whole purpose of section 234, the official document. It could never have been the intention that every time when an official document is comes up for discussion, that all the people who made entries should come and testify. That will hamstring the service delivery at those police stations. At 451 of the judgment, Judge Mullins held as follows, and we quote, "I'm of course in this judgment not concerned with the truth of the contents of such documents, that is now the church office occurrence books, cell registers, police occurrence books." Says, "In most cases, presumably the contents thereof will be accepted at face value and be common cause. The mere production of such official documents or certified copy thereof is, however, proof of the entry having been made. In other words, the mere production of an official document or certified copy thereof is proof of its authenticity, but not necessarily of the truth of its contents." This aspect has become moot, my Lord, in light of the fact that it's considered on behalf of accused number 2 that in fact, on both accused, that there were no visible injuries.
Has it been considered? I thought
Well, maybe
Mr. Mnisi was making submissions, remember?
Maybe-
After the state's
No.
the defense case was closed, that he wants this court to make a record of the fact that all those entries in the OBs and the contents of the OBs,
yes,
there is no admission by the defense that
yes,
those entries and what is written in those registers or cell books
yes, But-
attains to the veracity of
Yes.
them being truthful or correct.
yes.
Remember?
Yes, I remember that, my Lord, but what we're saying that the aspect has now become moot in light of what the defense submits in paragraph 6.27 of their heads,
What are they saying?
that the probabilities are that the perpetrators of the assault used techniques that were designed to leave no visible marks. It is not like the perpetrators were involved in any legal action. The police are aware that assault and torture are illegal, and if they engage in such conduct, they would be careful to conceal their crime and leave no visible injuries. In any event, accused one did not claim that the assault had left any such marks or injuries. We therefore submit, my lord, that the defense is here stating that accused one had no injuries as reflected in the occurrence books.
Are they admitting that?
Well,
Because the way I read it,
they are not placing it in dispute, my lord.
no, the way I read it,
Yes.
remember the refrain was, we were never asked.
Yes.
When we came to be booked in by Mabena and Mokhano, Mokhano would be the first one to go through the service sector of the police station and go right up to the cells to go and check whether they were, according to accused number
Yes,
2,
yes.
there were pillows, there were blankets, or there were sponges, and you'd come with a key and take over the duties of the staff of the cell. He would be the one who locks them in, locks him in. The
Yes.
same process would happen the following day. So that, in other words, the assumption this court is asked to make is that Mokhano and Mabena took over the duties of the persons who were in charge of the strict order which had to obtain at the cells.
Yes.
Because according to accused number 2's evidence, when I went over it, they did nothing, the other guys there. It's Mokhano who was
Yes.
busy, locking them in, locking them out.
Yes, but
And obviously, by implication also, what was recorded there must have come from Mokhano.
yes, but
That's how I read it.
yes, I don't think that version was ever put to Sergeant Mukhani
No, it was never put, but I'm saying,
for him to comment.
yeah,
Yes. But
because it just struck me that when Colonel Sonepul was testifying about the directives which they have to traverse when cell visits are made, if there are incidents, the recording of those incidents, etc., etc., if there are problems, the laying of charges, etc., etc., it would be very surprising, I mean, really, that Mokhano would accept the responsibility of running the cells. But more surprising would be the staff at the,
yes, the respective police stations.
yeah, to let Mokhano do whatever he wants. And if there are problems, who's responsible?
Yes, and I mean, how would you have obtained the keys, to those cells? That version, my lord, we
Okay.
submit is improbable. But coming back to the occurrence books, as indicated, specifically as far as Exhibit NN is concerned, it was handed by,
NN, yeah?
yes, NN by agreement between the state and
Mr. Mgumezulu.
and Mr. Mgumezulu. Then, my lord, in paragraph 11.24, we deal with the presence of Mr. Mjiako. We respectfully submit that it has been abundantly demonstrated that accused number 2 held him out as his legal representative. He introduced him to Brigadier Gininda on the 23rd of May 2020 at Pretoria Moot Police Station. I'm sorry, June, Mala, 23 June, thank you, 23 June 2020.
24. 23 June.
Yes, 23 June,
Yeah, okay.
the day before the confession.
Oh, yeah.
At Pretoria Moot Police Station, and he handed him Exhibit YY, proving his enrollment with the LPC. He was present the next day when accused number 2 made a confession to Ms. Cournier, and accused number 2 confirmed that he is his legal representative to both Sergeant Mokhani and Mrs. Cournier. Hence, Ms. Cournier took down his details as well as the Fidelity Fund certificate number. He appeared for the accused in Phokeng and Boksburg Magistrate Court as per exhibits RR and RR1. He also confirmed on record at the Boksburg Magistrate Court that he appears for the accused as per exhibit EE in brackets 1, lines 20 to 24, and the accused did not refute that. Paragraph 11.25. It is submitted that the confession to Ms. Cronje, exhibit JJ by accused number 2, in the presence of his lawyer, be admitted without further ado, as Mr. Mjiako would have raised any objection if there was anything untoward. Paragraph 11.6. We submit, my lord, that the version of the accused is riddled with contradictions, and it is so improbable that it ought to be rejected, and that the statements in question be ruled admissible. And this is almost, it's 24 after 3. It's almost the
time?
24 after 3. We have concluded the submissions. We just want to check if there's anything further, and we will then finalize our submissions tomorrow morning.
Okay, then tomorrow the interpreter will start by interpreting your heads for the gentlemen, and thereafter we may continue. Okay, sir.
As the court
I suggest you take them home
Yes,
so that you study them.
I'll have to cross my. Madoda noma ngingathi ngantolikela manje u50 page. Shukuthi mina nani kuzofanele ukuthi sisale kufikela ngo9 ntambama mhlawumbe. Manje ngizontolikela yona kusasa yonke into ekhulunywe umuntu kuzangibhalela.
Okay, the court will adjourn until tomorrow then.
Right.